Welcome. This is my first solo sprint. I have decided to undergo the task of doing sprints every week. So it was one of my goals at the very beginning of the year, and I think that goal I originally said I was going to do it once a month, and I just haven't done it except for like readathons and things. And so I decided to pull the band-aid off and do it because I really do enjoy sprints. And so yeah, that's one of the reasons I'm here today. I'm also here because I need to get some reading done. So I'm hoping that you guys can help me with that. Make sure and leave me a comment. Let me know what you guys are doing today and how you're doing this week. If you are going to be productive today, or if you're taking a little bit of a break and just relaxing a little bit, let me know what you guys are doing. I will be reading Go Station today, and I don't know if I'll read that throughout the entire sprints. We'll see. I am buddy reading this with Leandra and Nell, and so far I'm really enjoying it. I'm in the spooky mood, so I'm having fun with this book so far. It is rather complex to read via audio. And so I've had to definitely slow my audio down a little bit. I am heavily relying on Leandra for like names and things like that because Leandra's reading it physically. And so it's been fun though. I do like this author's way of creating atmosphere. And I do think that that's happening as far as like the setup goes. I know Leandra had talked about the fact that this book has been noted as being very slow, and I can see that. I don't know that I care. I think I'm okay with the slow burn as long as it pays off in the end. So I guess we'll see if it does pay off. So let me turn this off so I can actually look at some of your comments. Hello, Leandra. Thank you. I really like it. I was so surprised that Andy cooperated because yeah, he's not a trained cat, but he acted like he was. Hello, Elena. Thank you so much. I like it too. It's new for me. Hello to Neil. Oh, just saying hi on your lunch break. Well, thank you for joining me. And then, yes, we are definitely relying on you to be the physical reader of the group. I wish I had an e version of the book originally, but I ended up borrowing it too soon. And so I had to send it back. Libby chicken. I didn't get it in the correct amount of days. So yeah. And you're going to be starting Go Station as well on these sprints. I'm excited to see what today brings because we've definitely had a lot of buildup in the book so far. So I don't know if today is going to be the day where we start seeing kind of creepy things happening. We are about 20% of the way in for those of you who haven't heard us talking about our buddy read. And they're just now getting to the dead planet. So they're now like on a dead planet and exploring. So we'll see what happens. Hello, Ro. Nice to see you. And Beatrice. Hello. I was kind of hoping that I would, because I'm doing these in the middle of the day, I would be able to see some people from different time zones as well. So yeah. For those of you who weren't here at the very beginning, I did say I am going to try and do weekly sprints from now on. So my time currently I'm going to do is 11 a.m. Central Standard Time on Thursdays. So you will be seeing me weekly if you would like to. Playing a little bit, but we'll be reading shortly. Nice. What are you playing? Are you playing Sims? Hi, Glenda. Nice to see you. My nephew's staying over for a few days, so probably won't be able to engage with these too much today. Yeah, no worries. Since keeping him occupied is a full-time job. Yeah, I understand that. I'll try to comment whenever I am able to. We just love having you here, keeping me company, keeping all of us company. I'm reading Asunder by Kirsten Hall. It's a gothic horror fantasy. Liking it so far. Interesting. Is it? Never mind. I'm thinking the wrong author. I saw Kirsten Hall and I was thinking Kirsten White. Or is it Kirsten White? the author of Hyde. That's where my mind went. But I'll have to look that up. Gothic horror. Gothic is such a weird thing, for like a weird genre for me, because I have loved certain Gothic books that I've read and I have hated certain Gothic books that I've read. So I don't really know where I sit with that genre. For instance, I recently read My Darling Dreadful Thing, which was a very slow burn Gothic horror about, it was a sapphic romance. And I really enjoyed it. But I also read Juniper and Thorn, just to give like an example of one I didn't love. And I hated that book. So I don't know. Gothic is definitely a weird thing for me. I haven't figured out whether or not it's something I really enjoy, or if it's very hit or miss. I love The Sims, haven't played in so long, but with my new computer, I may have to do a Sims marathon. That's so fun. You could stream that. People would watch. I would watch. I haven't played Sims in forever. I recently have been considering getting back on Guild Wars too. My husband is a gamer and he put Guild Wars on my computer, and I used to play WoW, and that was my main one, but I've played Sims and some other games, but I really liked Terraria. That was like my jam whenever, I don't know, it was probably when I was in college was when I was really focused on that game. But I have thought about like, I could, sit here and play games, and because that's what I think Paula does on her channel. And it's just kind of nice to sit and like watch someone chill out and play games. I know they do that on Twitch all the time. Should I read the Natural series? I don't know. Who's the author of this? I've never heard of the Natural series. You'll have to let me know. I'm not reading right now, but after work, I'll either be starting Black Veil by Kristen Britton, Green Rider 4, okay, or listening to Fire by Kristen Kishore. Two Kristens. Interesting. I hope the Green Rider read along is going well, because that's happening over on Nicole's channel, right? I did not want to do another huge series, so I am watching from afar. But hello, Olivia. Heard a lot of good things about Asunder lately. I'll have to look it up. I love the name. Loving the Andy view. I know, isn't he cute? Brian told me that I should put a kitty camera up so you guys could watch him, because I guess certain people do that on Twitch. They'll have like a pet camera, and so like it would be on the screen somewhere else. The problem is he moves around so much. I'm like, I think a lot of people do that with like gerbils or even pets that are less mobile. But he, although he is napping right now, so he will probably be there for the majority of the sprints, but I do enjoy having him on camera. Is that the same author as the Inheritance games? The Inheritance games was by Barnes? Jennifer, is it Jennifer Barnes? Let's see. So it was the Natural series. Let me pull up. Let me see if I can look it up real quick. You guys are going to have typing SMR. The Natural, oh, it is Jennifer Lynn Barnes. It's a young adult mystery thriller. 17-year-old Cassie is a natural at reading people, piecing together the tiniest details. She can tell you who you are and what you want. But it's not a skill that she's ever taken seriously. That is until the FBI comes knocking. They've begun a classified program that uses exceptional teenagers to crack infamous cold cases, and they need Cassie. I would say you should read the series, because I want to know if you like it. I'm a little hesitant because of the fact that it's YA, because I have not been getting on with YA recently, but I have liked Jennifer Lynn Barnes in the past. I liked the Inheritance games, the first book, and I know that this is probably a hot take, but I did not like the rest of the series, and so I stopped. I read the first 3, and I think there's is there a spinoff series? It's the Hawthorne brothers or something. I didn't continue on with that, but I like her writing, and I liked the games and the puzzles within the first book, but I do feel like the rest of that series, the Inheritance games, was really more about like a love triangle, and yeah, that's kind of where that series went with me. Having a blast with Greenwriter. We just had a catch up a few weeks after book 3, and now tonight book 4 is starting. Oh, it's 200 pages per week. That's exciting though. I mean, because you guys get through one of the things that I love about series is that a lot of the series I read are chonkers, but I do think that sometimes that means that I don't read the series quickly together because I do space them out. And so it would be nice to like have someone like pushing you along, like we got to read 200 pages a week so we get through these series, and that you're reading them back to back, I think helps as well. Just sometimes my motivation does not push me to do that. I was recently talking to someone about the Stormlight Archives. Book 5 is going to come out in December. And I really want to read or reread the first 4 books, but each of them is 1,000 pages or more. And I'm like, that's a big commitment to reread that entire series. Because I've already reread it once. I reread all of the series to read Rhythm of War. And so, yeah. Maybe we could do like a read along of the Stormlight Archive for those of you who've heard of it and are interested at some point. I know, I would love it. I think Andy would freak out. So I filmed the intro yesterday. I was prepping for everything yesterday, and as I was filming, I was moving the camera around, and he gets so curious, but then he also is a little leery. He's like, why is this thing in my space? So it was really fun though to see him jump up on the couch while I was filming it, because I really didn't anticipate it, and I was like, oh yes, you get to be in my intro. Read it 6 to 8 years ago, and it was fun, fast-paced from what I remember. So not sure I'd love it now since it's YA, but if you're looking for that, it could be worth a read. Yeah, and I think like if you're vibing with YA, then yeah. I recently, which book did I read recently that was YA? Oh, I can't talk about it. Never mind. There was a book. I won't tell you what the title is because it's for a secret project, but there was a book recently that I read that was YA that I really didn't think that I was going to enjoy. Actually, I can talk about one of them. So Cinder is one from Battle of Booktubers round 1. And I didn't think I was going to enjoy it because it was YA and I really actually loved it. So I think that every once in a while they hit, but sometimes not so much. I'll read the first one in September. This is the Brandon Sanderson book. So you're going to read the Way of Kings. I'm excited for you. That's my favorite. That's a hot take because most people love Words of Radiance, but my absolute favorite book in the series has been The Way of Kings. I just love Kaladin. So Brittany's Patreon is doing a slower paced Cosmere read along. Oh, interesting. So I might actually start it now with people to be accountable without being so fast paced. Yeah. And I think that because they're so big, that's one of the reasons that I don't continue with them one after another, because I feel like I'm going to burn myself out. But if you were talking with someone about it throughout the readathon, I do think that might help, because I don't know, it like hypes it up in your head, and you're able to hold on to details, not get so bogged down. I'm in the middle of reading the Cosmere until the end of the year, so I can binge Stormlight Archive at the beginning of 2025. I still have the Second Era of Mistborn and some of the secret projects that are tied in. Yeah, I need to read. I haven't finished the Second Era of Mistborn, but I started a reread of it. So I've reread the first 2 of Era 1 because I wanted to read them straight through in order to finish Mistborn. So I need to do that. The only secret project I haven't read so far is the Sunlit Man. And I'm scared to pick that one up because I really didn't like the Frugal Wizard's Guide to Medieval England, or whatever that book was. I was not a fan of that one, and I'm scared that the Sunlit Man is going to be similar. I know it's a completely different premise, but yeah, I haven't read that. And there's so many of Sanderson's works that I haven't read. I don't know if you guys have seen those memes on Instagram where people will get somebody to read Stormlight Archive or Mistborn or any of Sanderson's work, and then the person's reading and they're like, great, this is really fun. What am I going to read next? And they hand them another book, and then they get like maybe a fourth of the way through, and they hand them another book, and they hand them another book, and they hand them another book. And it's like, I'm never going to get caught up because he writes so freaking fast. It's crazy. I'm iffy on YA, but did just read one I liked a lot, Dragon Fruit. Nice. I need to look that up because I saw that you talking about that on sprints. Yes, or Tuesday, I think it was. I love the name. Ooh, I love the cover. Oh, and it's dragons. I've been into dragons recently. I mean, I've been into dragons forever, but I've been reading a lot of dragons recently, and there will be a video to come about that. But I might add this to my repertoire. From the acclaimed author, is it Micaiah Lucier? A dazzling romantic fantasy inspired by this Pacific Island mythology. Nice. It's a mythology retelling too. Yep, I'm adding that to my TBR. I do question YA every once in a while, but I'll give it a try and see. Like every once in a while, it works. And a lot of times they can be great. And I mean this in the nicest way, but palate cleansers, like it helps to, if I have a really serious read or a really dense read, to read a YA with it, because then my brain has a little bit of a brain break. I love Tress. I do. I love Tress as well. Plan on skipping the one you didn't like and reading the third and the fourth one. Yeah, the Frugal Wizard's Guide is not. It's not great. There are some people that really liked it. I did not like the humor in it at all. I hated the main character, and like what you find out, like the mystery behind what is happening, I think is really dumb personally. But you know, you win some, you lose some. There are some people who really loved it. Yumi is the third one, and I liked it. That's probably my favorite romance-ish book that Sanderson has written. Because Sanderson, I think his romances are not his best quality, and that was one that I do think was really cute. And it wasn't my favorite out of the Secret Projects. Trust is definitely like that's my number one so far, unless the Sunlit Man comes in and surprises me. But I loved Trust of the Emeraldty. I will say, and I haven't looked at Dragonsteel's website, but I think they missed an opportunity to sell teacups. So in the year of Sanderson, when we were getting like the book boxes throughout the year, I was getting the ones that came every month. And so they would send you items from the Cosmere, and I was really disappointed, and I shouldn't be disappointed because all of it was fantastic. But with the Tress box, they didn't give you like a teacup, or like at that time they weren't selling like little teacups in the Dragonsteel store, which I think it's missed opportunity because she collects teacups, and I just think that's really cute aspect of her. Brandon Sanderson just needs to hire me, and I will help with PR and with merch ideas. If only. That would be a dream job. Well, with that, friends. Oh wait, his humor is not the strong suit for me. Yeah, compared to his characters and world building. So I'm good with skipping that one. Yeah, I agree. I think that his world building and like magic systems are excellent. And I honestly, because Kaladin is probably my all-time favorite character that he's done, I think Brandon Sanderson does mental health rep really well. I think that he does serious much better. Hello, Brittany. Welcome. And with that, friends, we are ready for our first sprint. So I am going to do our sprints today, and we are going to be productive. So I hope that in this sprint, you guys are able to go off and either do some relaxing, if that's what you need, work on some things, read some things, and come back and tell me about all of it whenever our sprint is done. So I will see you guys in an hour. Hello, friends. Welcome back. I hope that reading sprint was productive for you. That was a lunch sprint for me. So I really just I warmed up leftovers, but we had spaghetti a couple of nights ago, and so I made some garlic bread, and then I had to make some extra noodles because we didn't have enough noodles. But so that's what I did while listening to Ghost Station. I got one chapter read, and the good stuff's starting to happen. So I'm excited to see what these next couple of chapters have in store for us. I think it's going to be fun. So I know that during that sprint we had a couple of people join, and I believe we lost Elena, at least while her nephew is keeping her company. She said that she might join us a little bit later, but we shall see. And then we also had a Christina join. And I'm going to try and skip over my comments because you guys don't need to see me talking to other people. Glinda saying hello. Sarah joined us as well. And then we have everyone saying hello to each other in the comments. Gotta love it. And then Beatrice got back. We'll be reading my last book for a secret project. That's awesome. It feels good to if it's the last book for something and you're like, yes, I finally get to go to those culminating events. Read 31 pages that sprint, hoping to finish my book today. Awesome. Sarah, what are you reading? And then one chapter read. Yay for the good stuff. Yep. Also ate lunch. So lunch sprint. Did some laundry, working on my TBR for the Goddess Complex. Yes. So if you guys haven't heard, Beatrice, let me see if I can pull up. So Beatrice is hosting a readathon in the month of September. I am one of the co-hosts for Team Artemis. And so Livia is creating their TBR for the Goddess Complex. I did this a couple nights ago, and I'm really excited. I don't know if you guys heard me. I was on Leander Spence on Tuesday, and I was mentioning that I went to the library, and I have reserved so many books that I couldn't carry them all out to my car. And so I had to put some of them back on the hold shelf because I was too embarrassed to make 2 trips to my car. And I did actually have someone who knows me walk into the library as I was sitting at the little checkout kiosk, and I have these 2 stacks of books that are sitting next to me, and I'm checking some of them out. And she just looks at me and she's like, hi. I'm like, oh, hello. She's like, how's your summer been? I'm like, I've just been reading. She's like, yeah, I can tell. So I'm excited for the Goddess Complex readathon. I think it's going to be great. So Aurelium, I don't know that I know about that one, that readathon. And then the Buffy readathon I do know about. Lots of fun things happening in September. It's going to be great. And then we're all saying hello again. It feels really good, but I don't know. I don't want to talk too much, but not in the vibe for it. Oh no, sad day. Maybe that'll change. Maybe something in the book will change your mind. I'm reading Hail by Anastasia White. It's a single dad and nanny romance. Nice. I'm also going to buy September House. Yes. I love September House. I am so excited for spooky season. I can't get over it. I've had so many books in my horror TBR pop up on Libby recently. And yes, September House. I recently just had, what's it called? The Graveyard of Lost Children. And I can't wait to read that book. I'm so excited. I'm hoping that I'm not disappointed. I also have The Cosmology of Monsters. And there was another one that popped up that I was really excited about too. Because I don't own a lot of physical books, I always put holds for horror books because they take 3 months to come in. And so I always put holds on books way ahead of time. It was The Last House on Needless Street I just got as well. So, but I always put them in months in advance, and then I forget that I've put them on hold, and then they pop up, and it's like a little extra surprise. It's kind of like going book shopping, except for I don't have to spend money, I guess. Everyone's saying hello. Aurelium, I'm not sure if my books for Goddess Complex fit the Aurelium prompts, or Is it my Aurelium prompts? Are you doing Aurelium as well? That's a readathon that I haven't heard of. There was also another one. There was another readathon in September. I'm not going to be able to remember which one it is. We'll have to look at maybe Pages with Paige has done like a September readathons video, because I know they always have like a massive list of all the readathons happening. Yes, so excited for all the horror books. Me too. Don't ask me why I've been feeling them and needing them. Yeah, I don't know. My mom was talking to me about this the other day because I walk with my mom pretty much every day, and we were walking. She's definitely not a horror novel fan. She doesn't like scary things. And so she was asking me, she's like, why are you like all of a sudden, because she's used to me reading fantasy novels. She's like, why are you all of a sudden reading a whole bunch of scary books? And I'm like, well, it's spooky season. Like, gotta get in the mood for spooky season. And she's like, why does that make you want to read scary books? Like you don't want to read scary books the rest of the year? And I'm like, I guess I just don't think about it. It's something about the fall season, like fall vibes, and I don't know. I like it though. I'm happy that it's here. I do probably need to participate in like Summerween and some other things throughout the year so I can stay on the hype train for horror, because I do typically enjoy the horror novels that I've picked up so far. It's so good to see you on this side. I love readathons, and I found 3 other ones in September that are interesting. Do tell. I love that. I love readathons, but I definitely they stress me out a bit. Although I will say the Goddess Complex has not stressed me out. I do feel like it's very easy to acclimate to a mood reader. I'm a little bit of a mood reader, but I do have to plan some of my reads because of the fact that I use my library so frequently. But I do feel like I've been able to adapt the prompts to books that were already on my TBR. So I'm participating in the Goddess Complex, the Mystic Readathon, Back to Hogwarts, and Halloween-a-thon starts near the end of September. I didn't say Halloween-a-thon is the one I was thinking of, but I forgot Mystic is also happening next month, and Leandra is a host of Mystic Readathon that's hosted by Nell. And where was I? There we go. Sufferathon. Was that one that I've heard of too? I don't know that I've heard of that one. Halloween-a-thon I definitely have heard of, and Mystic, because I think Halloween-a-thon was just recently announced. I'm taking part of Aurelium, but it can be a bit overwhelming, yeah, because you have to create a character. Oh, fun! Have to use a calling for them, and then you have 2 semesters. Interesting. We're going to enter the 2nd semester. Nice. Oh no, you don't think you could do 3 readathons? Maybe if I know certain readathons aren't competitive, so maybe you could find some ones that aren't competitive that are like maybe just a bingo board that you could follow along if you have time. That was my goal, so anyone can participate. Yes, I think you have succeeded. I'm doing Halloween-a-thon, but I consider that one more of an October one. Yeah, especially if it's the end of September. Join the human faction for Mystic. Everyone wants to be us, kill us, or get with us. Kelsey's hosting it. Okay. And she's great. Very nice. I'm going to have to look all of these up. Yeah. I probably won't commit to any more competitive readathons because I want to make sure that I bolster my team for Artemis in the Goddess Complex. But I know that someone recently posted a bingo board. Oh, it was that's another one that's happening in September, is Series September, hosted by Krista over at Books and Jams. And it's just a bingo board. I think you don't even have to participate in the bingo board. You can just participate by reading series, and you don't even have to have all series. But they have a bingo board that has a whole bunch of different genres, and it's really adaptable. You don't have to necessarily read from all the genres. She said, like, for instance, the horror box that you can check off, you don't have to read a horror series. You could pick up a book that horrifies you, or it horrifies you that you haven't picked it up yet. Like, as long as you can somehow fit the word horrifying or horror within your description of the series, it counts for that block. So I'm excited about that one. I am planning on doing that just because I do have my series goal for the year that I'm a little behind on. So I do want to do that readathon. There are a few next month. There are now readathon pages on, oh, awesome, on the sprinting sheet. Very nice. Yeah, for those of you who are unaware, there is a sprinting sheet on, Christina, remind me where this is posted. I know Vanessa has access. Is it on Vanessa's descriptions, like of all of her videos, which is Reads with Dr. B? And I can also find the link and post it. So that's awesome, though. There's a list for all the readathon pages. Very helpful. Still adding them for September, yeah, because there's probably a lot. There's a school themed one. Oh, I bet middle grade. That's cute. And the readathon is not competitive. Nice. Yeah, I like to add a little non-competitive ones within the chaos, just to give a little bit of chill. I have that one pulled up. Kelsey's will be adding that next sprint. Yeah, I'll go look on that, or I'll go look and see if I can find the link to the spreadsheet and put it in the chat for everyone if you guys don't know about that. But yeah, that's awesome. I didn't realize that you guys were doing that. Well, speaking of the next sprint, we are ready for another sprint, guys. So, oh, and we actually got done early. So I am gonna, here, we'll reset. We're gonna do another hour sprint. So go and be productive, read a book, take a nap if you need to, grab a snack, hydrate, make sure that you're taking care of yourselves, and I will see you in an hour. Hello, friends. I hope that sprint went well for you. Let me know how you did in the comments. I finished another chapter, and I've been chatting with Leandra on Boxer for our buddy read. Um, and I'm not going to say anything that like would spoil anything in the book, but I'll just say that something that we thought was not as it seemed, and it kind of made me laugh because we were really excited whenever that said thing happened. And so anyway, but yeah, I read a chapter, and I also had to re-listen to a couple of things because, as I've said, this book on audio, I do think the audio is very good, but because it's so detailed and there are so many like twists and turns in the book, I think audio is a little challenging for me. So I've had to rewind a couple of times and re-listen to things because there'll be like flashbacks, and my mind will have wandered off somewhere, and then I'll come back to something happening, and I'm like, wait, is this real, or is this a memory, or is this like yeah. And so anyway, I've had to re-listen to some things. I also was playing cards, so you guys like see me like moving my hands around. That's one of the things I do when I listen to an audiobook because I get so tired of staring at a screen. And so I know you can play cards on a computer, but I prefer like physical because I can then focus on something not on a screen. So anyway, I hope that your guys' sprint went well. I should have started where I left off. Oh, it was on the last sprint. I wasn't muted. So thank you, Beatrice and Leandra, for messaging me because I was so intent on getting this link up because I wanted to share with you guys the link that Christina was talking about, the sprints and readathon spreadsheet link. And I was so intent on that. Like that was like my number one priority. I completely forgot to mute myself. So sorry for the typing noises. I'm glad I wasn't like singing a song or anything like that. But so yeah, some nice ASMR for you guys. And we had a Vanessa join us. So hello, Vanessa. And I did do some manipulation. I haven't updated my channel, like my what are they called? The people who have the fancy wrench. I can't remember what they're called. But I hadn't updated that in a while. And so I did go in and add a couple of people. That way you guys can add links and things if you would like to the chat. And then everyone's saying hello to each other. Thank you, Glinda. Alicia also joined us. And it's okay if you're in and out. We're just happy to have you. Jamie also popped in, hoping to get some reading done on your 30-minute lunch break. I hope that you do. I hope that you're enjoying your read. You'll have to let us know what you're reading. I tried to do my patient notes from this week, but I can't access anything. Oh no. So just twiddling my thumbs at the moment, probably going to edit a video in the next sprint. Hey, like maybe this is like the universe telling you that you need to take a break and get some editing done. Finished my book. Very nice. And now I'm going to start Hideaway by Dean Koontz. This is an author I need to try. I know that Dean Koontz has a lot of novels out there. He specifically has a book out about Frankenstein. I'm not going to be able to remember the title of it, but that I would like to read at some point in time. So you'll have to let me know what you think. Have you read Dean Koontz before? What do you think of his writing? And yes, yay for finishing a book. Always exciting. Books with flashbacks or sudden time jumps can be tough on audio because you can't see the italics on the page. Yeah. What was the book that we were talking about recently that did that? And it was like, we were like, I don't know what's happening. Like you can't tell because there's not like a physical representation of what's going on in the book. Oh, it was, maybe it's a book I can't talk about. Never mind. Darn secret projects. I read a little bit and was talking with my best friend about some plans. Or plans, I'm assuming. Plans? That's nice. Are you going to go somewhere? Are you going to go see, like, go have dinner or something together? That'll be fun. Fed my son and read a few minutes of Little Fires Everywhere, now at 51%. Nice, Christina. Are we hydrating? Here, I'll be your representative. Take a drink, everyone. I need that reminder every once in a while. Yes, moderators, thank you. That was not the word that was coming to my head, but you are welcome. I love Dean Koontz. He's my favorite author. Oh, I didn't know that, Sarah. That's awesome. Ooh, I have to cough. Hold on just a second. Taking a drink of water did me in, apparently. You'll have to give me, like, what's your favorite Dean Koontz that you've read then? Give me a recommendation. Where should I start? Reading The Daughters of War. Or The Daughters of War. I want to read this so bad, Jamie. You'll have to let me know what you think. I really want to buy it, but I don't want the hardcover because I have the paperback edition of The Black Tongue Thief, and I want them to match. And so I haven't bought it yet. I could read it. I could borrow it from the library, but I'm excited about it as well. Is it everything that you thought it was going to be? I'll ask that because I'm so excited to hear me about a goblin war. Indeed. Secret projects, man. Hydrating by dehydrating. I got one of the new fall drinks at Starbucks on the way home from from a doctor's appointment. Nice. Dehydrating. I like that. We'll be reading Lady Macbeth if I ever get the chance to read again. Oh no. Well, I hope that you get the chance to read. Odd Thomas, the book is amazing, and the movie is one of my favorites of all time. Oh, and it has an adaptation. I'm going to start this, and I will look it up on the next sprint. That's exciting. Yeah, every time I go to our half price bookstore that we have here, there are like, so Stephen King is always one that, like, if you walk through the aisle, there will be like an entire shelf or two that are just Stephen King novels. And Dean Koontz is another one that has a ton of books at that half price bookstore. And so I am always like, which one? So I'll have to look. I've heard good things about The Daughters War. I am so excited. I can't wait. Gotta love the coffees, though. I wish I loved coffee. I love the smell of coffee. I hate the taste. I can't do it. My mom used to, I think Andy might be coming to join us. My mom used to make, well, and she still does. I just don't live with her anymore, but my mom used to make this amazing coffee. It smelled glorious every single morning when I was little, and I would always want some. And so every probably couple of months, I would ask her to taste it because I just assumed that, the flavor had changed or whatever. And it never did. It was always just something I would not enjoy. So coffee's never something I've gotten into. I was the person in college that, as my friends were at the coffee shop getting their espressos or whatever, I was getting a steamer, which is just warm milk. Oh, can you not sit on my keyboard, please? Thank you. I'm loving it. I have less than 90 pages left. Oh, that's amazing. I am so excited. You're making me want to see if there's a hold on, if there's like a waiting list at my library. I have a coffee and water right now, taking turns. So maybe I'm just staying at the same level. They just cancel each other out. That's what they make creamer for. I know. But if I'm going to have creamer, I might as well just get like an ice cream or a shake is kind of where my mind sets out. Maybe that's just me convincing myself that I need ice cream every day. Ooh, that sounds delicious. Hello, buddy. I'm with you on the coffee. Love the smell. Can't say the taste. Yeah, I wish I loved it because, I mean, there are days that I have like a crash at like 3 where I'm like, I need some type of caffeine because I don't really drink tea either. So yeah, I don't get a lot of caffeine. Yeah. Oop. Sorry. Andy is deciding to sit on my keyboard because he's a cat and that's what he does. Yes, he is here. I was really excited. I know I've already said this for some of you, if you guys were here for my intro, but my intro video has a clip of Andy in it. So I was excited that he cooperated for that. But anyway, well, we are in time for another sprint. Let me know what you guys are going to do. Like, let me know what your plans are, and we'll check back in at the end of the sprints to see if you got them done. So are you going to continue reading? Are you guys going to be doing, I don't know, maybe laundry, or is this going to be a lunch sprint for those of you who are in a different time zone? Let me know what you're planning on doing. And I'm going to restart this. Thanks, Beatrice. I'm going to have dinner maybe, and then I plan on reading a little bit more. Awesome. Hopefully going to start Hideaway and maybe head out to the store, get some chores done. Awesome. I'm going to write a NetGalley review. That is something, I don't have a NetGalley account. I need to. Actually, I have like a book on there that I need to go in and access. So I really do need to create one. But I also am worried because I know that a lot of you have talked about, like, you're so behind on NetGalley ARC reviews and reading the ARCs that you're given. And it's really exciting, but it also is very daunting. I have one more chapter in Go Station, but I also have to film. We'll see if I can do both. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. And then edit. Yes, of course. Also, can you give your opinions on Go Station? Sure. So I can, because it's not a secret project book. I'm liking it so far, but I definitely understand if people don't. It's a slow horror book, and it's not typical so far. I don't want to give a ton away, but there are a lot of questions, a lot of mysteries surrounding the main character. And so I can see why people would get frustrated with it, because there's so many puzzle pieces going on. I feel like this is one of those books that I could have a notebook where I'm writing down like all of the things that I want to know and all the questions that I have, and see if I can remember or figure out what's going on prior to the end of the book. So I do like it. I think it's spooky. I really like the atmosphere. It's just, we haven't gotten to like the really good stuff yet. So we're starting to get there, and I am enjoying it. And then, now Andy is sitting in front of my screen. Go Station's been slow so far, but enjoyable. And yeah, it's pretty interesting. I'm hoping that it continues and that maybe the pacing ramps up a little bit. And then one more to the list. I always am adding to your TBR. This is my goal. 100% atmospheric more than anything, and heavy on the character dynamics. Yes, I 100% agree. Yes. Well, then I hope that you all are productive. I hope that you get your things done. You get your editing done, your filming done, your reading done, and that everything goes well. So I will see you guys in an hour. Well, hello, friends. I hope that that sprint was productive for you. So let me know in the comments what you guys got done. And so I got another chapter read for Go Station. I swear these chapters aren't that long, but they do definitely take a lot of my attention. I think this chapter was, oh no, Libby's being awkward. Anyway, I did have to re-listen to a couple of things, but I am still intrigued. I'm very curious as to what's going to happen. We're still setting up the atmosphere. Currently, I'm at 30%. So I've gotten 10% done on sprints today. I have one more chapter to read for my buddy pages for today, and so I'm excited about that. And that's kind of all I did. I also went downstairs and planned some dinner things with my husband to make sure all of that's kind of set for this evening. Although we're not going to have dinner for a while, but I like to have an idea in my head. I'm a planner. So if I don't have an idea in my head, then we end up like talking about it forever when it's dinner time. And then it takes me forever to actually get dinner ready. So anyway, we had several comments come in like right at the beginning of the sprint. And this one was from Vanessa with this really weird satirical book that she was reading and apparently was not good. Beatrice also commented that at the end of her street, they're having a sort of a fair. It's called a fruits fair, and some big artists are coming to play, and she can hear everything and not sleep. So I hope that maybe they quiet down, or at least the music is good. And yeah, it sucks when books are just not. They don't hit. They're supposed to be maybe funny, a little entertaining, and they end up not being great. And then we have this showdown. This also happened during sprints of Leandra and my husband. So we have Century Andy because Andy was literally staring at the computer, the camera. And then Brian comments that he's judging our books. I'm going to come back to this in just a minute. And then we have Leandra saying, "No cat in the book. Can we even call it literature?" And then Brian coming back, "I don't believe you're TBR 0. Fraud." I was laughing. You guys had me rolling. But yeah, so so the fair will be over by the end of the week. Fingers crossed. So they'll be able to get some good sleep. That always stinks when something like that's going on because it's fun, but when you got stuff to get done and you like have work the next day, like it's a bummer if you can't get a good night's sleep. No worries, Livia. So you had dinner and you cleaned the kitchen, and I asked what you had for dinner. Pork loin steaks and green beans. Sounds delicious. And Leandra left us. She got ready for work, so we lost a Leandra, but we gained a Witchy. Hello, Witchy. Glad you could join us. Taking a break from ACOTAR to read A Mask of Flies. I haven't heard of Mask of Flies. I wonder how you're liking ACOTAR, because I know that I know when you started it, you had said that you were excited but leery, I think. So I hope it's going well. And you'll have to tell me also about Mask of Flies. I'll have to look it up. I'm going to pin this comment or start this comment so I look it up. Made it to page 10 of The Hideaway and watched some YouTube. I need to do this too. I currently looking at my screen. I have so many tabs open at the top of my internet browser because I will just, when I see someone's video pop up that I want, I know that there's a save to watch later list or whatever on YouTube, but I always just open the tab. And so that's like my to-do list on the top. It's a little daunting. I should probably come up with a better system, but it is what it is. And then Sarah left us. I hope you have a good day, Sarah. And then everyone's saying goodbye. Just a few more minutes to go with editing. Yay! Before I can add the graphics, I was also able to get access to my patients list so that you can make your notes. Awesome. Andy is probably going to be up here for at least another 5 minutes because his feeder is going to go off. So he's hungry. Tennille, hello, off work and getting organized before reading. Awesome. I'm glad you're off work. Andrew, can you sit down, bud? Please. Come on. I know. Picked up my car from the shop after having a total failure of a morning. Oh no. Now I'm cleaning my house. I'm thankful for your sprints right now. Oh, Alicia, I'm glad that you're here. I'm sorry that you've had a bad day. Car problems are never fun. Yeah. So here's to hoping that everything went well and that like maybe the bad part of the day is over and you can get to the good stuff now. At 64%. Awesome, Christina. It's unintentionally hilarious. Also, Tamlin is a tool. Lucian should be the love interest. Oh my gosh. I hope you're vlogging it. Are you recording your thoughts as you're going? Because I am so intrigued. Christina's saying hello to Tennille. Watch some YouTube. I know. He's always hungry. When we first got him, so I've told this story before on sprints when we first got him, but he was abandoned by his previous owners. They moved and they left him in their house. And so he literally couldn't eat because he was stuck in a house and couldn't get out. And one of the neighbors of those people found him and ended up bringing him to the vet's office that my parents go to because they didn't know what to do with him. And at that point in time, the shelters were full and like the non-kill shelters in our area were full and they didn't want to bring him to a kill shelter. So my vet took him in and he lived at the vet's office for like 6 months. And they said it took him probably 2 months to not hork down the food. Like they would have to find different ways of feeding him because he just has a voracious appetite, probably also from the trauma of being like left inside of a home without any food. But he's never really lost that. Like he's better than he was whenever he first was at the vet's office. Like he's not aggressive around food or anything now. But he's still like, we have a schedule. He gets fed 4 times a day. And 3 of those are a feeder. One of them is like wet food that I'll give him whenever we're eating dinner. Because if we're eating and he's not, he's a problem. Everyone's saying hello. Yes, Andy. He's cute, but he's a handful sometimes. I've made some shorts because I can't keep my comments to myself. I get that. I'll have to look. I'm excited. And yeah, I know he's a hoot. I enjoy having him, but it sucks that someone, I hate it when I understand when people can no longer provide for their pets. And so they have to, find other homes for them or take them to shelters. Like I get it that sometimes that's the best decision that you can make, but to just abandon him in their house without any like way of him getting out or him feeding himself, I felt really bad for him. And he is very cantankerous. And so I think the vet's office, because they had him for 6 months. The reason they had him for so long is because several people had taken him home and they ended up bringing him back because he's just very playful and he does bite. He doesn't bite hard. He's never broken my skin, but he'll like whenever he's done playing, he'll let you know, or like if he's hungry, he'll come over here and nip at me. So I think people get a little disconcerted by that or like annoyed by that. They didn't want him, but I just think he's hilarious. He plays hide and seek. I could sit here and talk about my cat all day long. I freaking love it. I think he's great. And there's his feeder, if you guys can hear it. I don't know if my mic picks something up that far away, but well, on this sprint, I think I'm going to finish up my pages for Go Station. I might be off camera for a little bit because I also need to record my video for Saturday. Saturday, I'm going to do a video on I'm continuing my series for non-new release recommendations. I had a couple of people respond to the original video I did to that, saying that they wanted more of those, because a lot of times on BookTube, we do tend to focus on new releases. Me included, I love new releases. That was the majority of my reading this year have been 2023 or 2024 releases. So I think that's what I'm going to do this sprint, is film that, and then also finish up my buddy read pages. So that is what I intend to do. Let's see. Yes, Team Andy, woo! This sprint, I'm going to finish up this video. Yes, fingers crossed, and upload it. Awesome, Vanessa. And yeah, you guys let me know. Let me know what you guys are doing. I think as far as other books go, because I'm going to probably do 2 more sprints. So I'll do this sprint and then 1 more. So I have Go Station. Like I said, I have 1 more chapter of that. And then for my next read, I don't know. I don't know if I want to pick up another horror, or because it's going to be a new book. So it will probably be, actually, it might not be a new book. I've been reading, have you guys heard of the book Miss Percy's Pocketbook Guide to British Dragons, or to the care and feeding of British dragons, I think is what it is. It's a really long title. I've been reading that in the evening on my Kindle. So if I get done with my filming and my buddy read pages and then have more sprints to go through, I might switch over to Miss Percy's, because I've really been enjoying that. Like I said, I've been enjoying dragon books lately, but this one is very cozy. And I specifically picked it up because I'm almost done with my, what's the Lady Trent memoirs. So the first book was A Natural History of Dragons, which is a very cozy series as well. And so I wanted like another dragon series to take the place of that after I finish that one, because I only have 1 book left in that series. So I'm really excited about that. Yay, back from dinner. Awesome. What did you have for dinner, Beatrice? Was it good? Well, thanks for coming, Ro. Miss Percy does have a cute dragon on the cover, and I'm really excited about it. I'm 50% of the way through. And I don't know how many books are in the series, but it's been really cute so far. It's definitely not what I expected. It's very British. In some of like the humor, it's not super funny, but like some of the things I can definitely tell that there's a British lean to it. And then the writing is I don't know that I would like it if I was reading it on audio, because the character breaks the fourth wall a lot. So you'll be in the middle of something and then there'll be parentheses next to it, and then it will break the fourth wall and actually talk to the reader, which I've quite enjoyed. I think it's fun. I do need to do some video editing during this last sprint. Also some job hunting. I hate filling out applications. Yeah, me too. That sucks. It's a necessary evil. Hopefully everything goes well, like goes swimmingly, easy. You're able to find something that you're really interested in. I had soup. Nice. I love a good soup. Very, very like cozy meal. Mix of cottage cheese with eggs on toast, but very good. I'm still trying to figure out the seasonings of it. Yeah. I know cooking can be interesting. It's once you find something you love, though, it's worth it. But I feel like the mix of it, like when you're trying out new recipes and then you want to tweak it, but you're not quite sure what it's missing. We talked about this on sprints a couple weeks ago, was the bibimbap recipe, or bibimbap, I think is how you pronounce it. I really like that recipe, but I need some more fixins to go with it. I currently make it with chicken, which I could do like a different type of meat, but I make it with cucumbers and carrots and spinach. But I think I'd like another type of veggie to put in it, because I just think it needs a couple more things just to make it a little bit more versatile. But yeah, I hope that you're able, bibimbap. Here, I'll put it on. I don't even know if I could spell it correctly. So it is a Korean? I think it's a Korean dish. And it's rice, with a whole bunch of fixins. So you do like a seasoned chicken, a seasoned ooh, a seasoned chicken, a seasoned cucumbers. Same thing with the carrots and the spinach. So like the cucumbers, I put like a chili, like a red chili, what's it called? Like a chili crunch with it. And you mix that in with a little bit of salt and you let it kind of cure. And then for the carrots, I do like a fish sauce and garlic and I think garlic powder as well. And you let that sit for a little bit. So it's kind of spicy, but then in the end, you put it all in the bowl and you put a fried egg on top of it and then you mix it all together and eat it. It's delicious. I do too. Is it Korean? Okay, good. I'm glad I was right. Because after I said it, I was like, maybe I'm wrong. Is it not? Ooh, I have not, Tennille. I'm gonna start this comment and I'm gonna look that a recipe up during the sprints. I'm always up for like I love to try new things. So is this called japchae? Is that how it's pronounced? I love to experiment with food. It's really fun to be able to find some different recipes that you really enjoy. I'm a foodie. That's why I try. Like when I travel because I want to eat. Like take me to some places that I cannot have whatever I'm going there for. Like one of my favorite places in the United States to travel has been Pensacola, Florida, because they have the best seafood. And I know like Florida in general is going to have good seafood, but some of the restaurants that we've specifically gone to in Pensacola have been just amazing. I have a sauce for it. It's my favorite Korean dish. Oh, nice, Beatrice. I'm glad. I have not tried Korean barbecue, but it's on my list. I don't know that it's something I could make here. I want to go to like a traditional Korean barbecue restaurant because they will it's not frying the meat, but they will cook the meat in front of you on this little fire. And I would like to do that. And there is a place in my hometown that I could go to. So it's on my list. You guys are making me hungry. I'm gonna have to look this up. Yes, love Korean, or I love Korean food, so I'm sure I would love Korean barbecue. It's the only thing I like about living in Vegas. The food here is great. That's one of the things, like living in kind of like a melting pot area. I mean, you can find some amazing foods. Bulgogi. I don't know if that's how you even pronounce that. Sorry if I butchered that. I'll have to look that one up too. I don't know that one either. You guys are giving me ideas. We have barbecue here in my city and I love it. I just can't go there often because my parents don't like the restaurant. Oh, and to go with friends is hard because one of my friends does not eat a lot. Yeah. A lot of the dishes there. I hope she doesn't eat most of the veggies. I think the veggies are like the best part. That's like my favorite thing about the bibimbap recipe. The chicken I put in because of the protein, but I'm here for the veggies. Bulgogi. Okay, thank you. Oh, it's not like you say. So bulgogi, maybe bulgogi. Yeah, but I love places like that where you go and you're like, this is an enormous amount of food, but I'm here for it. Yes. Okay, so it's bulgogi. Okay, nice. Well, I am going to go and look up these recipes, and then I'm going to get to my filming and my buddy reads, and I hope that you guys do the same. Yes, I just put meats in because of the protein, because of the gym. Yep, exactly. Yep. Now I'm going to make it tomorrow for lunch. Awesome. This is what we're here for. Well, on that note, friends, we are going to go into another sprint. So remember, we have 2 more sprints. We have this one and then 1 more. So I hope that you guys are productive. I hope that you go and get a snack after that food talk and that you guys are able to get done what you want to get done. I'll see you in an hour. Hello, friends. I hope that your reading sprint went well. You'll have to let me know in the comments what you guys got done. I got my buddy read chapters done, and I updated on Voxer, letting them know my thoughts. I'm still really intrigued, and yeah, I don't know how much I want to talk to you guys about because I don't want to spoil anything, since I am a little over 30% of the way through. I also got my filming done. So I filmed my non-new release video for Saturday. So I'll still have to sit down and edit it, but it shouldn't take that long to edit. And I also remembered, but I didn't get it done. I need to do a vlog clip for like a 20% marker for one of the books that I'm reading for Battle of the Booktubers. I won't say which book, but one of the books that I'm reading. I do need to do an update for that. So that probably will happen in the next sprint, so I don't forget about it. But yeah, let me see. Oh, also, I looked up bulgogi and also japchae, if I'm pronouncing that right, and they both look delicious. And I'm definitely putting these on the list for things to try in my recipe book, because the bulgogi has, so the one thing both of these recipes have that I'm not super confident with my cooking is like some type of steak. Like they deal with different types of beef, but there's some type of steak. And I think I need to get better at cutting steak correctly because I've definitely like made some meals with like a flank steak or like a more it's not gristly, that's not the right word, but it's like it has a lot of grain in it essentially, and I know I've cut it wrong and it makes the meat hard, or not hard, but chewy. So I need to get better at my steak cutting skills apparently. Also, the japchae is a noodle dish, and I freaking love noodles in any format. I don't know if I'll be able to find so japchae has a sweet potato noodle, which I did not realize. They're called dangmyeon, if I'm pronouncing that correct. And I don't know if I'll be able to find that at my local grocery store, but I'm going to try. And if not, I'll find some type of substitute. So right after we got done with the sprint, or got done with the chatty bit, Elena joined us again and got in right at the end. Probably get ready for bed during the last sprint, and then this one you'll be able to read. So I'm glad that you'll be able to get to read. And Miss Percy, you read Miss Percy in May. Felt like it took more time to develop the characters and plot than it needed to. Still enjoyed it. And I will pick up the next one, but just not a favorite. Yeah, I agree with you as far as like the pacing goes. It's very slow, and I do think that I probably would be more irritated with it if it was any other book except for my bedtime book, because it is on my Kindle, and that's what I use my Kindle for, is just a book that I read probably 5 to 10 minutes before bedtime. And so I'm reading it really slow anyway. And so I don't mind it being slow paced, but I could definitely see that being an issue if you're reading it quickly. And I think you said that is that same thing, like you binged it in a day or two. And then Vanessa, you just finished editing your video and exporting it now. Congrats. Christina is congratulating you as well at 85% now. Awesome, Christina. Spent the entire time job hunting, not fun. Hopefully I can take a break soon and edit my next video. Fingers crossed that you found something that you're interested in. Job hunting is never fun, but I'm sending all the good vibes your way. Hopefully you'll find something soon. Having trouble focusing on reading, health and lack of sleep reasons, but also want to read all the books. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry that you're not feeling well and that you're struggling health-wise. And lack of sleep, because that can cause health troubles as well. So I hope that you're able to focus on reading, because I can't remember who it was. There was someone that I was talking to recently mentioned, because they have insomnia really pretty bad. And they said the one good thing with their insomnia is that they get to read. But, you know, of course, it's not what you want. You don't want to sacrifice your health to be able to read. I was waiting for the sprint to finish. I read a bit, currently on chapter 12. We'll try to make it to 15, but then I'll be in bed. I know it's late your time, isn't it? Japchae is really simple to make. Awesome. That's good. Good to know. Because I think so many people, at least people that I've talked to, whenever I talk about bibimbap, a lot of people don't try specifically Korean dishes or dishes that have a lot of veggies and stuff in them because they're intimidating. And I have found the bibimbap, it does take time, but none of it's difficult. And the only reason it takes time is because there's like 5 different things that go in it that you have to like prep. You can also make bulgogi and japchae with ground beef. Oh, that's a good idea. So that I don't have to mess with the steak. I might try that. I do a Korean beef recipe that's originally supposed to be with like a steak. I think it's supposed to mimic Korean barbecue. I'm not sure though. I always just call it Korean beef. I made that actually last night and it was very good. And I do make it with ground beef. That was the whole purpose of me mentioning that. I make it with ground beef so I don't have to mess with the steak. I've done that, not focusing on the ebook or on one book because I was thinking about reading all the other ones too. I know it sucks. When I do japchae, I use chicken and cut it into cubes. And that's something too. I try not to eat a ton of red meat because I have kidney issues. And so I do have to be careful. I don't have horrible kidney issues, but I do try and be cognizant of how much red meat I'm eating. And so that is something that if I can substitute chicken or something else like turkey, I will. Amazon and grocery store runs had sweet potato noodle. Oh, they had stores. I said runs. Amazon and grocery stores had the sweet potato noodles in Canada. They really have a different texture. So the noodles are important is what I'm hearing, Tennille. I'll have to make sure. I can definitely look them up on Amazon. And I might, our like the city that I live next to, it's like 30 minutes away. It has an Asian market. So I'm sure I could find it there too. If I'm not wrong, the noodles are sweet potato noodles. Yeah, I was excited about that. Sometimes sweet potato noodles are called glass noodles. Yeah, the recipe I was looking at said that that's a substitution for the glass noodles. Like if you can't find the sweet potato noodles, you can use glass noodles. So I'm not sure. I'm sure that it's like whoever's making them, but they look delicious. Can't focus on reading today. I watched some YouTube. Hey, that's productive. Like you're supporting content creators. Like it's 10 p.m. Okay, so not as late as I thought it was, but still, I'm happy that you're getting ready for bed. Hopefully the music has died down a little bit. If I'm overtired, I can't concentrate. So while I may be awake, reading isn't in the cards. That sucks. I've done that before though. Definitely like I've read like entire chapters and then I'll get to the end and be like, what happened? Especially if I'm listening to audio, but I've done it with physical books too. If your brain is just you're so fatigued that you can't concentrate on the book. Hello, Sue. I've just started the Axeman's Jazz by Ray Selston. So far, I'm loving it. Awesome. I've never heard of it. I'll have to star that comment too so I can look that book up. Managed to read 2 to 3 chapters of Lone Woman, and it's really got me curious now. Okay, so Elena, I need your opinion on this because I have read Victor Laval before, and I didn't enjoy either books that I read by him. I read The Changeling, and I DNF'd it because I thought it wasn't fantasy. I'm pretty sure I read like 50% of it, and there was no fantasy in the book, which I was irritated by. And then I read The Ballad of Black Tom, which is a novella of his. And I think one of the things that I have a problem with Victor Laval is his writing. It's the same problem. It's not exactly the same. I also have not enjoyed Octavia E. Butler's books for the same reason, where I think a lot of their storylines are very bleak. And when I read bleak stories, I have to have some light mixed in. Otherwise, it just puts me in a bad mood. And so I have tended to avoid Victor Laval's books since I read those 2 and found that both of them had a similar tone. So you'll have to let me know if Lone Woman has the same tone, because if it does, I won't read it. But I really like the premise of all of his books, but specifically Lone Women, I just find fascinating. So you'll have to let me know if I should give it a try or if it's one that I should avoid. Yes, the texture is really important. It's Very different also. I really like it. My best friend doesn't. Oh, no. I I love, like, the different textures of noodles definitely do make a difference, um, in a recipe. So if I can stay true to the recipe, I will. I wanted to ask, did you read the previous book by S.A. Barnes? I did. I read Dead Silence. If you did, how is it comparing um, to the current read? So I think that Dead Silence is faster paced and it's a lot more. I don't want to say gruesome because this book definitely has its moments, but this book is a slow burn, and I think that um, hmm, it was definitely faster paced. It got into the action quickly, but I do think that they have similar themes, and I can't be for sure because I'm only 30% into this one, so it might surprise me. But I have a feeling that the main overarching message in Dead Silence is similar to what's going to happen in Ghost Station as well. Once again, I can't be 100% because I haven't read either of them, but that's what I'm guessing. So I would say, because I think, Elena, you said that you did not enjoy Dead Silence. If you liked the atmosphere, so if you read Dead Silence and thought that the atmosphere was really well done, but maybe you didn't like some of the other aspects, I would say give Ghost Station a try. If you didn't like the atmosphere that was created in Dead Silence, I would say that you probably won't like Ghost Station as well, because Ghost Station is so much slower. People saying hello in the comments. Nell posted a fun video on her channel. I'll have to go and look, or if any of my mods want to post her video link on chat, that would be great too. Wonder what it's about. I know that Nell recently did a video on adaptations that she found fascinating, and I love it when people compare adaptations to books, because I don't watch a lot of TV, and so when I can see someone has watched both and they either say, avoid one or the other, I think it's interesting. So I wonder what she's cooked up this time. Oh, the music has not stopped. It will actually be getting worse. Oh no. Is it getting louder? Like there's more people, so maybe they've turned up the speakers. I did. I read A Charming Man, or This Charming Man. A Charming Man? Yeah, I can't remember if it's This Charming Man or if it's A Charming Man, but I really enjoyed it. I think it's a lot of fun. I like the fact that each of those books, The Stranger Times and then This Charming Man, um, they each follow a different mystery, but they have an overarching mystery, which I have enjoyed. I like the fact that each book is its own, but then you have these little kind of Easter eggs throughout the stories as well that connect to things that have happened in the past. I'm enjoying it quite a bit, and the characters are a hoot. I love, what's his name? The editor. I'm not going to remember his name, but he's this really crass man, and I love his character. He's a crass person and really like described as kind of gross, but I think he also has like a really soft heart that he just doesn't show anybody, and I eat that up. I'm not sure about all the genres, but it's marked as meeting expectations of historical/creepy story. This is Lone Woman. Yeah, I think Lone Women. It's almost plastic, but not the same, or not at the same time. Chewy is the word I want. Okay. I was gonna say, I don't think I'd want to eat plastic, but I think I understand what you mean as far as the texture goes. So far, it's a bit darker, but I went in expecting that, and it's pretty short, so it probably won't bother me if it was much longer. Okay, you haven't read Octavia Butler. Octavia Butler is very different as far as vibes go. I just feel like the overall tone of her books were always, every book that I've read by Octavia Butler has had this very bleak outlook on life, and I just can't. I need some happiness. I read for escapism. Okay, Nell's video. Thank you, Vanessa. It's a battle, like a race to who can get the link first. It was filmed in my kitchen. Nice. I love that change of scenery. The main artist. Oh, is this Nell's video? Oh, I think I know. I think I know the video that it is then. maybe. Or maybe is it like the second video of a video that she's already seen, that she's already showed? Maybe I don't know what it is. Hmm. The main artist is starting soon. Okay. So yeah, it's probably going to get louder. I'm sorry. Thanks for the comparison. I don't prefer slower stories, but maybe I'd try it when I'm in that mood. Yeah. Dead Silence, I felt like there was potential, but I just didn't connect with it for some reason. Yeah. I can see. So I think with Dead Silence, one of the issues that I had with it, I really enjoyed it, but one of the issues I did have with it was um, I think it was that book. So I've read that one and then I read Salvaged, and I hated Salvaged. So I want to make sure I'm not mixing the two. But I'm pretty sure Dead Silence, the main character has uh, like she does some form of substance abuse. I'm pretty sure she's an alcoholic. And that particular item in a book, I'm very picky with how an author writes it, and I can't remember if I know Salvaged did the same thing, and Salvaged was absolutely awful. It's atrocious. Would not recommend that book, but I can't remember if Dead Silence had the same problems with the substance abuse. Filmed in your kitchen. I am curious now. I hate the character. The character. Oh, no worries. Like chopped up comments. Like no worries. I know it makes me panic as well, especially like if you're trying to like message right after something. I get it. No worries. The second to the baking video. Okay, yes, that's what I was thinking it was. Ooh, I'm excited. The first one was hilarious, by the way. I was, especially the people who had the headphones on, make me laugh because you guys shout because you can't hear yourselves. I'll be going to bed soon. Hope that you have an amazing rest of your day. You too, Beatrice, and I hope to see and talk to you very soon. Yes. Have a good evening. Sleep well. And are we hydrating? Everyone, take a sip. I'll do it for you. I'll be your mascot. And with that, friends, we are at the end of the comments. So we are here for the last sprint for today. I will be back next week at 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. So if you guys would like to join me next week, I will be here. And that's going to kind of be my schedule from now on. So if you guys are interested, if you guys are free on Thursdays around this time, this is what I'm planning on for at least the foreseeable future, or the near future, I guess I should say. So so we're going to do one last sprint, and then we're going to come back. We're going to have a little bit of chatty bit, and then we will go off and do our various things. So let me change this. Oh, and Livia is saying goodnight to Beatrice. And Elena. Good night, Beatrice. Have a good evening. And I will see the rest of you in an hour. Happy productivity. Hello all. I hope that your reading sprint went well. It's the last one for us, so I'm sure that there are more sprints going on right now. And remember that link that I had for the reading sprints and spreadsheets. Let me see if I can find it real quick. And maybe I can pin it so you guys can see it. You guys can go on there and look to see who is sprinting currently. So if you guys are looking for more sprints, you can. It looks like I am not going to be able to find that comment. But give me a second. I'll post the link if you guys are interested. But I think this is where we stopped. So watch back the question you had about lone women. And since I was typing while you were talking, so I totally missed the comment about bleakness. And then Elena said, I'm pretty early into the book, 20%. It does seem like it's heading for the bleak style. It's more mystery rather than horror, but the writing is giving a more eerie feeling. And I'm okay with eerie. I like an atmospheric read, but yeah, when it stays super bleak, that's when I don't have a good time with books. Going downstairs to have dinner and then out for a walk with the pup. Thanks for sprints. Thanks for coming, Vanessa. I'm sure you're already gone. Have a great night. I haven't read any of his other books, but the writing is what you're struggling with most. This one's probably not different, but I'll let you know. Yes, please do, because I would like to know. I really want to continue with his works, but if it's going to continually be the same type of story, I just think I should probably say that he's not for me. And no worries about the ramble. We love the ramble. People saying goodnight to Vanessa. Livia, thanks for sprints. Thank you for being here. Have a good evening. Good night, Glenda. Thanks for being here. Got supper ready during that sprint. Awesome, Tennille. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, thank you. Thank you guys for being here for my first ever solo sprints. I had a lot of fun. And like I said, I will be here next week at 11 a.m. I have a video coming out on Saturday. I'll have another one out on Tuesday. And I'm sure that you guys will see me in the Bookiverse around. But yes, so sprints 11 a.m. on Thursdays is my 11 a.m. Central Standard Time, I should say. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I really have appreciated it. You've been an amazing companions for me to get some reading done and some productivity. So with that, I wish you guys good evening. I hope that whatever you decide to do with, oh, actually, before I do that, let me find the link really quickly. If you guys are interested, I should have saved it. But I'll find the link to the link to the spreadsheet so you guys can have that if you guys are looking for more sprints this evening. I don't want you guys to miss out. So that is the link to the spreadsheet for where all of the sprints are happening. So feel free to go there and look for other sprints. Vanessa's done an amazing job with that. Thank you for being here, Witchy. And thank you, Elena. And I will see you guys next week or on Saturday. Have a good evening, guys. Let me, I have an outro as well. So let me take this banner off and then show you guys my outro. I'll see you guys later.